Hello and welcome back. For those of you who will be tuning in later, maybe checking this out as a VOD or going through some archive in the far flung future, I am starting this stream rather late at night. It's probably around midnight for most of the United States. And I am here playing Halo 4. Now, Halo 4, at the time it came out, was, I can't really speak to, how well it was liked at the time. I liked it pretty well. But, over the course of the campaign, my feelings did sour a little bit for a variety of reasons. We'll probably get into that later, but at the time I was thoroughly impressed by the gameplay. I really liked the art design. It was it was a good time. It's probably using Halo 3 and Halo Reach as benchmarks. I didn't play it multiplayer nearly as often as I did those two titles. Now, Combat Evolved in Halo 2, I did a lot of co-op on those, but Xbox Live was either non-existent or in its infant stages, and frankly, I still had dial-up. I had dial-up through Halo 3, actually. I never actually owned Halo 3, but I did play it a lot at other people's houses, and I really didn't like the campaign at the time. But the Halo 3 campaign, with some exceptions, has it's really grown on me over the years, and I think I've had a similar trend with Halo 4. You know, when it first came out, I was kind of blown away by the gameplay. I really liked a lot of the individual story beats that it had made. Really liked the art direction. The opening sequence was really, I was kind of blown away by it. And then, like, once the Prothean started showing up, and once I, kind of got involved in that, I didn't much like them as enemies. Now, I'm I'm actually going to start this over. Um, we'll be starting from the beginning. But I did not like the Prometheans or Protheans, Forerunners, uh, as an enemy type. Uh, they were a little hard for me to deal with. I am not the best at playing games. Uh, we'll skip the prologue. I'm gonna play on normal just so that I can get better use out of most of the weapons, and also because I'm ass at the game. I'd recently been trying to play Halo 2 and Halo Reach, both on Legendary, and I think that that's kind of a neat experience. Um, I don't think either of those are too punishingly difficult on Legendary. Uh, Myself being trash at the game aside. I really like the ship designs in Halo. That is something that I've always really appreciated. I wish I had gotten some of the art books, some of the lore books about the ships and the ship battles. This is the moment.
Wake up, Chief. I need you.
So I kind of marked a point back there. But that was the moment where my
Why did you wake me?
conflicting feelings kind of caught hold.
I rewrote your firmware while you were out.
Because
You've been busy.
on one hand, you know, relatively minor, but it's kind of a sticking point that stuck with me.
Chief, look up. You need to
I initially really didn't like exclusively the redesign for Cortana.
Ready to get back to work?
I thought you never asked.
And that's not such a big deal, but
We've got intrusion alerts lighting up.
it did kind of wear on me and grow over the course of the
Who's boarding us is the observation deck. 4 floors
over the
up.
course of the playthrough.
Wouldn't bet on it.
Very minor point. But the other thing is, you know, it kind of opens up and it gives you that, like, hey, this is years later. You know, like Cortana's on the horn already. Going over, like, sending out the message, sending out the help message, because both her and Chief are slowly dying right now. Her because the rampancy portion, and him because well, if nobody finds them,
How long was I out?
he's
4 years,
he's
7 months,
donezo. He's not coming back.
Somebody should have found it.
Life support systems will fail, and eventually he'll just stew in his own juices, so to speak.
Doesn't match any known patterns.
How close are we to the
But that entire time,
It's directly above us.
Cortana is just alone,
The elevator doors look sealed tight.
and I can only really look at it from a human perspective, but being alone for
Be careful.
years
Because some
is
areas
a
cause pressure.
kind of a nasty thought.
Chief, watch out! Didn't realize this had deteriorated so badly.
This was also kind of a what the fuck moment for me, because, you know, this isn't the standard Elite design.
Truce with the Covenant.
And,
A lot can happen in 4 years.
as
Either
Master
way,
Chief just
Scout's
said, like,
not
I
alone. You should
thought
be careful.
that I'd been keeping up on the books, right? I had thought that it was I thought that we were at peace. Like, I thought this was gonna be like a whole new shtick. You piece of turd. So I'm not sure if the older Halos had done this at all. But I did really like the reticle expanding style of gameplay that they had kind of moved towards. A lot of my feelings about the gameplay specifically is really positive.
That's the last of them. Find the override for the blast shield so we can see what we're up against.
And as far as first missions go, this is
Aren't outfitted like standard military.
you know, it's
We just came across a rogue salvage ship. Or we might have stumbled into an entire Covenant fleet.
you know, it's a good intro. Like, it's got
Recognized us.
a lot of atmosphere.
That's one possibility. Landing craft.
It's
flank
got
us.
you know, it's just a good time. Like, it's not a it's got a good balance going on. Like, it eases you in. It sets the tone for the game. Will let you get like a lot of really good views of the new designs. And I do really like the storm rifle.
We've got bigger problems. We've got a cruiser on an intercept course. Head for the elevator banks.
Didn't the ship's sensors say we still had weapon systems online?
Yes, but since the ship was torn in half, we can't access the weapon stations. We'll have to fire them manually from the outer hull.
And I think that usually I know, I get a raised eyebrow, I guess, from when like the voice actors start aging, and then you know, you can kind of notice like that shift over time. But I think it fit really well character-wise and thematically here. You guys are just not... They're not dropping any grenades for me.
That cruiser's shields are down. Assuming they don't
Speaking
raise
of,
the weapons, it's gonna be
had
one
no
heck of a
positives of the
surprise.
later trilogy, I did really like the Ironsides of Halo 5. It gave a lot of versatility to some of the more overlooked weapons. I think the assault rifle was actually really strong in Halo 5. Glad I didn't get a combined explosion there.
These covenants seem more fanatical than the ones we fought before.
So that line is a little silly. I think that these Covenant are more fanatical.
We're just about there.
I mean, he would be the one to know, but at the same time, like, I don't really think that the Reformed Covenant are more fanatical than the guys we've been fighting previously. At least from like a, maybe like a pure faith standpoint, I'm thinking. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense then, because these guys, after being given, like complete evidence that they were just fucking wrong in the first game, they reformed and are back at it again. I can't quite remember if they're still, wanting to get in there and fire the rings. But, if they were, that might be, definitional, fanaticism, I guess. Hold on. Let me just make sure that this is actually recording my voice. Test 1, 2. Oh, this is gonna... Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. I really didn't want to have to, I don't know, recover old tracks. I might have, though, you know. I'm kind of a nice guy like that.
The auxiliary launch station should be to your left, out of the airlocks.
Yeah, I think in terms of,
Launch for ignition.
in terms of sound design
Nothing. Just get to the launch station.
and, I don't know, just general play, I do really like this game, the path that they took. Okay, who is shooting me? Now the battle rifle is a little bit interesting because it's 3 shots occur very rapidly. It really feels like the DMR. Now the original battle rifle, like, if you were good at the game,
You need to find the missile controls.
thank you, Cortana. If you were good at the game, you could fairly consistently get multiple headshots. I was never one of those Giga Chad epic gamer legendary, like multiple headshots on the BR, like that wasn't me. Yeah, buddy. Probably should have kept a hand on that other BR. Oh, that sucks.
Launch initiated. Hey, the blast door's jammed. The missile won't fire until it's cleared. Get down there.
Let's see, sprinting, honestly, I thought that sprinting was it was an okay addition to the series. A lot of people complained about it being too close to Call of Duty, but having the option to go a little bit faster is it's always something that I desire in games. What am I doing again? Oh.
You did it. Get back.
I do kind of wonder as to whether or not I do kind of wonder as to whether or not those missiles were special or not,
So,
or if the
now, we worry about the giant metal planet.
oh, that's nasty.
It's using a gravity well to pull us inside the surface.
Um,
We've got to hurry. The second
if
we
it just
cross
had
the
its shields
Earth,
down, maybe the missile might have gotten
atmosphere is
through.
gonna tear us apart.
Now,
Closest escape pods.
the
I'm
the side of
tagging
all of
the
the cruisers just kind of being sucked in slowly, like it was some sort of a little whirlpool, is pretty cool.
All but one of the grav generators just went dark.
Just keep pointed at that vehicle bay.
We're almost there. Hold on. We're caught in the gravity well.
Can you track the escape pods?
Negative. Look out!
And that is the opening mission. Now, Halo 4, at least in the like towards the beginning, it kind of mirrors Halo 1, just in terms of the getting unfrozen, kind of fighting your way through a getting wrecked or wrecked ship, and then falling down onto an alien construct or planet.
Where are we?
Checking coordinate impact data.
We have asked you to give up your family, your childhood, your future.
Cortana,
I'm sorry. It's the crash. I'm fine.
something was wrong even before we left the Dawn.
Chief? Really? I'm fine.
Cortana,
I was put into service 8 years ago.
8 years.
AIs deteriorate after 7, Chief.
Halsey,
Chief.
we need to find Halsey.
Chief, please.
She made you. She can fix you.
I won't recover from rampancy, Chief.
If we can just get back to Earth and find Halsey, she can fix this.
Don't make a girl a promise you can't keep. We need to move. Doesn't look like the Covenant fared much better than we did.
How many ships
So-
through the roof?
The rampancy angle.
Why?
We still need a ride home.
I'm not 100% sure that I like it at this point, but I think that that's because I kind of poisoned the well for myself. Because I don't like the direction that they went with it, but I do think that that could be a great source of interesting conflict. Like, there's a lot of places you could go with it, and I just didn't like what they did do with it. Poor fellow. Now, where am I heading? Oh, okay. Now, the reason I kind of don't like the rampancy angle is because it kind of felt like it was, it felt like it was added a little bit later. Like it was an idea that, like, came up specifically for this conflict, right?
There's a crevice we can use to get
And
through the rocks over there.
I'm not sure
See the
if
waypoint on your HUD.
that's... I'm not sure if that's entirely accurate, right? But the way it's delivered kind of feels like that.
I'm picking up a faint transmission on the high band.
Covenant?
I don't think so. The pattern's different. I'll try to triangulate its position.
In terms of environmental design, I think that I do think that Halo 4 kind of nailed it.
Warthogs, and still in one piece. Nice to see your luck is holding out.
It's kind of a cute little nod. I think battle rifle's probably the way to go right now. I think that turret can probably supply all of my rapid fire desires.
About my condition, I didn't want to mention it, seeing as how it's a complete long shot, but since you brought it up, it is possible that getting home could help me find a solution for my rampancy.
How?
Well, as far as I know, I'm the only AI ever generated from living tissue. A clone of Dr. Halsey, to be precise. It may be possible to recompile my neural net by replicating those same conditions. But that means getting back to Halsey soon.
I do really like Cortana as a protagonist. Being an AI is kind of like the ultimate support role, and
Hearing that strange signal again.
I think she kind of fills it pretty well.
Do you think there's something to it?
I'm curious more than anything. His behavior is odd.
I think I read in the original Halo manual that the Warthog's, like the gun on the back, was used for AA.
Hostiles!
I'm not I'm not 100% sure I'd buy that, considering how ineffective they are in most cases against flying things. I suppose they do alright against banshees, but besides that, they're excellent anti-personnel. I'll just say that. Anti-personnel specifically. I don't think it would be... Oh yeah, I suppose anything with a massive gun that fires rapidly would probably be excellent for anti-personnel. Like, if you had, like, one of those large anti-air quad guns, like, that would be, kind of ideal for this sort of work, right? You just have to point it in the other direction, but what are these guys yelling about? I am a huge fan of the carbine in all of the games. No, I suppose I probably don't have to be individually killing each of these people. Right, I could probably just drive past them. What is that noise? Well, I guess we're gonna find out. Oh, hello there.
Chief, several patrols just reported in outside
If this were
that
Halo
structure
2, I
on the
would have been
bridge.
dead already from
Possible
that, dude.
they're onto something.
I'm sure even if you're not an avid Halo 2 player, you're still probably aware, at least just because you're watching this video, right? You're probably aware that the snipers in Halo 2 were absolute monsters. They were so brutal. Now, while I do really like the environmental design of this one,
If we're going to hijack a ship from these Covenant, we're going to have
I
to
don't
find where they're
like
landing first.
the way the level develops once we actually
We can
enter
always ask nicely.
the planet or the structure. A lot of the areas just kind of start to feel the same. That has got to be the weakest sauce throw I've ever seen a grunt make. Usually all of a sudden they join NFL or Major League Baseball, but I guess that dude skipped fucking arm day. Well, hello there. So this is as good of a time as any to talk about this, but Halo was kind of revolutionary for bullet magnetism, actually. And I'm not sure how well that that kind of developed. But yeah, well, hold on. I'm not sure that how that has developed since, but it was originally an idea, I believe, to it was originally an idea to try to make first-person shooters more viable. Because let's face it,
That elite
a lot of the
camo module. Let's have a look.
a lot of the early
I'll run a soft patch to it.
Oh,
pretty soon.
shit.
Never know what might come in handy.
a lot of the early FPSs, their their aiming was actually really bad. Like really bad. You know, like GoldenEye was an amazing game, but its method of aiming was
Something that time.
dated before it was used, quite frankly. Peak gameplay, but you know, they had to work within the limits of what they had, and you know, you can only develop like things so fast. So like this double stick method
I wondered when they'd show up.
that that we currently use, like it's effective and it's in use everywhere right now, but that's because it took all of the forebears, like Medal of Honor, Halo, Call of Duty. It took them, Doom. It took everyone, like, sort of coming together
A console in the back.
to create like almost an ideal design. And you know, it's everywhere right now because it works as well as it does. But
It's a localized site card.
Halo's bullet magnetism was
Okay.
an overcompensation to some of the
Designate Requiem.
unwieldiness of its
Know
forebears.
where we are now.
Let's see if it can tell us what the Covenant are so interested in. Huh.
What happened?
Oh, they locked us
I
out.
don't know. It locked up.
Um,
I'm detecting power fluctuations in several locations. I'll put them up for you.
boing.
Hopefully we can find some way to get this cartographer back online.
I do kind of like this area. But like after a while, it just kind of feels like you start crossing bridges to nowhere for a while. And it starts to feel kind of bad from a gameplay perspective.
What's it doing?
It's all right. This energy is actually a ferroelectric data field. Your shields are just cycling in response to the chamber's charge.
Will this bring the cartographer back online?
So it's like magnetic memory, I guess.
This type of processing system usually works in parallel. We'll have to locate its twin.
I suppose I'd have to look up like ferroelectric. For all I know, it's like some sort of extension of like magnetohydrodynamics that I know nothing about. Oh, hello.
Covenant. They found a way inside.
So that right there is a prime example of why I'm not good at this game. I should have done anything besides what I had just done, and it only works that way on normal. As far as shooters go, Halo is kind of a thinking man's game, you know? You know what I'm saying? Now, something that I don't think that Cortana or John have talked about yet is this right here. This seems quintessentially Forerunner.
Yes. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. UNSC AI Cortana to Infinity. Please respond. No response. But from the strength of that signal, the Infinity has to be close by. The cartographer should be back online. We may be able to use it to track the ship's location.
What the heck? I thought that was a double for a moment. Something I'm really glad that they changed is that being hit no longer takes you out of zoom. It's something that had always dissuaded me from from using precision weapons in the past is that, you know, I zoom in to get a look, you know, I'm about to fire, and then immediately my aim is thrown completely off. Like, my aim is completely dependent on not getting hit while I'm taking aim, and
We can't give the Covenant access to the cartographer.
I have,
Clear them out.
as I'm sure you've noticed, I have more of a berserker playstyle than a thinking man's playstyle.
That's it. Now quick, to the cartographer.
If I can take 2 hits to get a headshot, I think that should be a viable strategy. You know, as long as they don't nail me first, but you know, then it becomes you know, a reaction contest.
The cartographer keeps acting like the transmission is coming from everywhere on the planet at once. It doesn't want
I suppose that also kind of functions as a nerf on rapid fire weapons,
That can't be right. Scan again.
because rapid fire weapons would then be able to cover for like more precision people, you know, keep them out of the eye if they keep laying down that fire. But
Let me see if I can figure out a way to reach these coordinates that doesn't involve us digging a really big hole. There's a terminus on the far side of the complex. We can portal to the planet's core from there.
What?
I don't know.
If we have a shot at getting you back to infinity, we're taking it.
I do really like Master Chief's armor. I think in a lot of ways Halo 4 is actually an incredible game.
What do you know about infinity?
Not
Hard
much.
light shield.
She was supposed to be massive, but the project was only in prototype when we left.
Yeah. If I were playing multiplayer, I might do hard light. Fuck. What the heck is this? Well, YOLO.
Scouts, fortifying the bridge below. Stay sharp.
There's no low like YOLO. Let's go. I do really like how the weapons handle. Of course, that might also just be that I'm not quite the little shitter I used to be. I do think that my gameplay has gotten, at the very least, marginally better. What the heck? You know, I say that as I walk up to a dude with an empty plasma pistol. But the reason I say that is because I used to not be able to play on Legendary at all, right? And now I'm able to play on Legendary a little bit. Like I had been playing like Halo 2 and Reach on Legendary, and that's not something that I had, you know, I would ever consider previously. That poor dude. Of course, I was also kind of married to the assault rifle, right? I really like the sound design and the utility of the assault rifle in the previous games, even though it was kind of terrible. What are you doing? I almost feel bad now. The heck? Oh. Well, I guess I'd better take care of that. Holy poop! I've always been a pilot at heart. Which kind of sucks because my my eyesight is ass. Alright, GG. That's it. We're done. Hold on. Am I ASMRing? Yeah, I am. Okay. I really like the sound of the plasma rifles on the Banshee. It's really crisp, you know what I'm saying? Holy shit! I think I just splattered myself. You know, if one of those guys had the thought of charging up and then nailing me, I don't think there's too much I could do about that. Wow, what a beautiful language they have. Oh, look at that guy. Dude's got a Halo Reach style dodge. I forget, do you have a flashlight in this? I don't think you do.
Chief, the Covenant net's going crazy. They're ordering all units to converge on the tower.
I guess we got their attention.
we have anything here that I want? Let's do this. Alright, alright. Experiment time. Hello! Okay, that's interesting. Was expecting it to be a bit less viable. But it's actually not too bad. It's interesting. Maybe I'm just that bad at the carbine. I think that's not an unlikely proposition. Ew! What the heck, dude?
We're about to have our hands full. The elites just issued a general order. They're moving all ground teams to secure the tower entrance above us.
Beam rifle. May as well. Fuck that dude, am I right?
The Sentinels are trying to keep the Covenant out.
Oh wow, I hope they're good guys. What the heck?
busy, I managed to clear up another transmission from Infinity.
Sounded like he said artifact.
I wonder if it's related to whatever the Covenant are after.
Where's the terminus?
The map placed it at the top of the tower.
A little bright.
According to the cathedral, this terminus is just one node of a larger transit grid that
All right, so
spans
what's the
entire
cathedral?
Planet.
What?
When I tried to access the outlet closest to Infinity's transmissions, the system responded with this.
What is it?
That's the kicker. It's the Forerunner symbol for Reclaimer.
Humanity. That's got to be Infinity. Can you get us to those coordinates?
Let me try to open a portal.
Cortana.
I'm picking up unknown energy signatures.
Where?
This can't be right.
Set a waypoint out of the tower. Cortana?
How did... Quick! Into the portal! Chief, go!
What were those things?
Some sort of advanced defense AIs. Related to the Sentinels, I'm guessing, but it's hard to say without a closer look.
This may have
Come on,
been
let's figure out
the
where
mission that I was
transit
talking
system
about.
dumped us. Put me in the console.
Oh, it even gave me that crappy hard light shield. Give me back my camo, you.
Where's Infinity?
This is Requiem's core, all right. But Infinity is definitely not here. That satellite in the center is amplifying the ship's broadcasts like a relay.
Maybe we can use it to respond.
Perhaps. Those beams coming off it are creating the interference we've been experiencing. We'd have to take them out to contact Infinity.
Can you get us there?
Opening a gate to the first beam pylon. Pull me, and let's go.
I really don't like this part. Not nearly as much as the earlier parts.
This is the first pylon?
Negative. This is as close as I could get us. Hope you don't mind hoofing it a little.
So, the Forerunners and the Prometheans. That's another part that I would probably have to chalk up to
And they're back!
not liking the direction they went with it. Just because, well, hold on. This is actually kind of a deep topic, I think. I don't want to, I don't know, undersell it, so to speak.
Same things we saw in the terminals.
Similar cortical footprint as the tower AI. They're connected, all right.
I think that their design and their method of like the way they function AI wise is really cool. But let's kind of take a step back. In Halo, the first one, Combat Evolved, the way they kind of developed the Forerunners is
He's just a ray of sunshine, isn't he? From that peek under the hood, I'd say these constructs must be mimetic in nature.
like it kind of sets the Forerunners up as being this super powerful alien race, like their technology was like a step beyond, and you know, they came way before, and the Flood was
More of them.
you know, the Flood and the Forerunners, their relationship, besides predator and prey, was kind of shrouded in the dark. You know, that's pretty cool. I like that. That's cool. But their relationship to humans was a little less clear-cut at the time. You know, yeah, their relationship to humans was like, we knew that they had chosen us as the inheritors of their technology, their will. In some way, we were their legacy. And we kind of you know, that's kind of a cool concept. Like, I kind of like that. And then, like, in subsequent iterations, like in Halo 2, like, that was kind of the that was kind of how it was developed further. Like, they kind of stayed in that vein. And they had kind of stayed in that vein in Halo 2. Just from like a, you know, like a discussion perspective, right? I am never gonna be able to kill these guys. Damn it. Existence is pain. Where are you? There we go. Okay.
I've discovered something interesting about our new friends. When
But
the
it
big ones
kind of
appeared,
like,
that momentary flash
you know,
of
it fleshed out the Flood a bit more, which is cool.
So far, I've pulled multiple strings referring to the big ones as
And then in Halo 3,
Beyond that, though, things get a
and
bit
I'm not covering the books at all. I didn't really read too many of the books. But in Halo 3, you know, like, it was the build up to and the end of like what we were doing in Halo, and it ends up like at the end, like the climax, like things are going down, we're talking back and forth, like it's some crazy shit going on. Johnson dies. And the revelation that we are left with at that point is that the humans are Forerunner. You know, like that was the twist. Like that's where it had been leading. Like that's like that was the twist of Halo. Like at that point. And that's pretty cool. Like I kind of like that like turnabout. But in the terminals in Halo 3 and in some of the books, in some of the other books, and I guess contradicted this, it had the twist had kind of been turned on its head in that, oh no, humans aren't Forerunner. Humans are they were fleeing the Flood. Like we were the ones who had brought the Flood onto the Forerunners. And I think that would have been a good twist if it were a twist. But instead of being a twist, it just took all of the development towards that other climax and just kind of dumped it, right? And that just kind of, like, it rubbed me the wrong way. Because, like, I hadn't really been, I didn't realize that they would be making, that it was possible, I guess, to, like, have a creative team go in so many different directions, so to speak, right? But, I was surprised, I was confused, I didn't really know what was going on, and, like, the canon did eventually settle out into these Protheans are human. The Forerunners had, like, done experiments, I guess, trying to create, like, the private army to keep the Flood at bay. And the twist of Halo 3 was just kind of dumped. Like, that's a non-thing. Like, nobody even fucking talks about it anymore.
The relay interference is increasing.
So
We must be getting close to the pylon.
it just didn't... It seemed really odd, and I don't like the way they developed it. From there, and I actually kind of prefer the original twist. So that is another sort of like thing that subconsciously I had been blaming Halo 4 for, right? Because it's not Halo 4's fault, right? But the oh, he got me. It's sort of a divergent canon, I guess. Kind of, all the way back here? Man. You should really fucking buy me dinner before you fuck me in the ass. No, so... Yeah, where am I going? Is this the right way? I don't think this is the right way. This is the right way. That divergent canon and, like, the way it
Must
kind
be
of
getting
like
close to the
shifted
pilot.
around, and the difference between like understanding and expectations, sort of it didn't help my appreciation of Halo 4. You know, honestly, it's not Halo 4's fault, right? Because the direction was set before this game. So, I guess that's one source of my negative feelings towards Halo 4 itself. Is just like the abandonment of like that plot progression, right?
What's that distortion?
That's me. Something about moving through those portals is increasing the load on my systems.
Are you gonna be all right?
Don't worry. I've held off rampancy this long, haven't I?
Whatever that was. But yeah. And then, well, I suppose we can talk about that when we get closer to it. The actual like designs and like methods of fighting, I overall kind of like. In terms of like the Protean enemies, I think that there's like between them and the Covenant, like they kind of opened up the let's try scatter shot. Oops. Yeah, like the like between the Proteans and the Covenant, like I think that there's a lot more
That's the target, but it looks like the entrance is shut.
variety of
Let's figure out how to take
play
it down.
between this and what we had previously. God damn, what the fuck? How are you this long range? Oh. Because he's using the right gun for it. I saw that that little fork and somehow like I just got sucked back in time to Fallout 3 with the tri-beam laser. Like, look at me, right? Yeah, like the
That's the target, but it looks like the entrance is shielded. Let's figure out how to take it down.
I didn't like the Flood as an enemy type. Like I never fought the Flood and was like, I am happy that I am fighting the Flood. Alright. But I guess like that's kind of the point, right? You're not supposed to have fun fighting the Flood. They're kind of supposed to be a little bit terrifying.
One of the shield's power cores. Take it out.
Okay. Oh, you meant take it out as in take it out.
I read 2 more cores on our level. Hit them before you climb all the way up.
This is as good a time as any for this. I was actually, when I first played this game, I was underwhelmed by the scatter shot. Believe it or
Well
not.
done, Chief. One to go.
I kind of have a poor history with shotguns in general in games. Which, you know, considering my playstyle is probably, No, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Some kind of a run-and-gun kind of guy. I think I just had, like, one negative influence from a shotgun, like, I misfired and didn't get the elite, and it just, it ruined my whole experience. Alright, you turd. And keep the change, you filthy animal.
Great, that's all the cores. Head for the top of the pylon.
Oh, come on. Oh, you coming in? And I do think that these, the hard light weapons are, you know, they're pretty cool. They definitely have a different vibe. They're very strong in their own right. Come on, what are you doing?
Chief, look at this. That's Requiem. They're not inside at all. They're moving into orbit.
He's safe forward up to dawn.
They must have intercepted our distress beacon.
The beacon was pulled into Requiem with us. If they try to follow it,
They'll get caught in the gravity well. I'll keep trying to warn them. You just get that beam down. That's the beam control. It's working. The signal from the relay is starting to clear up.
they haven't hit the gravity well yet.
There's still too much interference to warn them. We've got to disable that other beam before they're pulled in like we were. I was wondering why Infinity hadn't encountered the Covenant yet.
What are they doing here?
They're heading to the second pylon as well.
That can't be a coincidence.
Something tells me we're not gonna fight what is that, 3 carriers worth of Covenant?
Sounds like the Prometheans don't want the Covenant here either. The BattleNet's already lighting up with reports of resistance all around the pylon. Drop pod.
Now, would I rather fight the Covenant or the Prometheans? Probably the Covenant. The Prometheans are a little shitty to fight. I shouldn't say shitty. They're tougher than the Covenant. Get over here. Yeah, buddy. Now, I do think that this portion of the level has a pretty good ambiance. Oh shit, okay. I remember. I guess the Carbine isn't very effective against Prometheans. So this is not exactly a problem with most of the Halo games. This is just like a positive about Reach, I suppose I should say. Um, Something that I really liked about Reach is that you really got to see the Covenant as the threat, right? Because like in all of the other games, there's like an overarching like bad guy, and in Reach, it's like it is just the Covenant. Like you are dealing with the Covenant, and you really get to see like exactly what kind of monsters they were during the war, because they've kind of been made kinder and gentler over the years in virtually all respects. Like even compared to like CE Covenant, where until like the twist, the Covenant like you didn't see them fighting in the cities or glassing a planet. You didn't see the excessive brutality that they kind of visited on us.
The relay's signal is breaking up again. We're almost to the beach. They found the opening. Better get up to that relay and fast.
Or we could take our time, see if we're full up on ammo, grab a new ghost. Something that I kind of like is that they kind of moved away from the ghost being a discount banshee. Right, because the banshee in most of the other Halo games is it's always been the better option, right? If you have an option between like using a ghost and using a banshee, you're going to use the banshee regardless of the outcome. And I don't think that that's necessarily true in 4. The ghost feels a bit faster. Even if it's, you know, less durable. What are you doing? Get out of here.
Power core down. Shield's weak, but still online. Take out the other 2 power cores and we can access the pylon.
I do think that it's somewhat notable that, like, even though the Covenant are, you know, they're out of their element here. They're used to fighting humans and
Good job, Chief.
people who are far less advanced. They're not helpless here. they're still fighting on their own terms. They're still developing beachheads. But that might also be a numbers question, because I feel like the Covenant are more numerous.
That'll do it. Shield should be down. Get up to that beam.
So I feel like they've made the elites taller over the years. I don't really have any I don't know, real good frame of reference for this. I guess they've also kind of like made Chief taller over the years. The dude's a monster.
UNSC Infinity Survivor Forward Unto Dawn. Reading a fake IFF tag near the planetary core. Do you read?
Planet's core. They know we're here. Infinity, this is UNSC AI Cortana. Do not approach Forerunner planet. Repeat, do not approach.
UNSC asset. Forward Unto Dawn. We read you, but you're breaking up. Help.
So
Please speed by 27. Get us in there.
Negative, Infinity. Do not enter the planet.
If you can hear us, keep transmitting.
No, Chief, you've got to get that beam down now.
Captain Del Rio catches a lot of flack, but in a lot of ways he wasn't he was making the best decisions
Cortana to Infinity.
he thought he had. He was doing his best.
The interference is gone, but your suit's transmitter's not strong enough.
Move us up to the relay satellite.
Already done. Go. Once we're on the satellite, there's bound to be a central control point.
The Covenant are moving towards the relay too.
This doesn't make any sense. Why would they care about a broadcast relay?
I'll handle them. You just find us that control node. How soon till Infinity hits the gravity well?
A minute or two max. The Covenant are making a push for something on the far side of the satellite.
Shit. Well, it was worth a try. Yeah, I do think that the Covenant have kind of suffered from the Worf effect a little bit. They're kind of there to to get pushed around a bit and show how cool the new big bads are. All right. Look at this madness. What the heck? The punch feels really good.
Chief, you need to hear this.
We're detecting a slight gravimetric disturbance near the planetary entrance. Suggest altering approach vector 43K-750K-12K.
They're not diverting from the opening. Hurry, Chief!
Jeez. At least I know this guy still works. There you are.
Wait, something's not right.
We don't have time.
The pillars! Touch the pillars!
Infinity, this is Sierra 117 of the UNSC forward unto dawn. Do you copy? Infinity, do you read?
Chief? Chief, let go of the contacts.
Find us an exit.
Don't wait around on my account.
So fades the great harvest of my betrayal. Even these beasts recognize what you were oblivious to, human. Your nobility has blinded you, as ever. The librarian left little to chance, didn't she? Turning my own guardians, my own world, against me. But what hubris to believe she could protect her pets from me forever. If you haven't mastered even these primitives, then man has not attained the mantle. Your ascendance may yet be prevented. Time was your ally, human. But now it has abandoned you. The Forerunners have returned. This tomb is now yours.
Slipspace rupture! Chief, move! Chief, please. We've gotta go. That Didact, he manipulated Infinity's signal to get us to release him. Get up!
What's happening?
Moving the satellite. Destabilize the core. The Didact's leaving. We've gotta find a portal out of here before the whole network collapses. Grab one of those ghosts. Hang on. I'm going to channel energy from your shields to overdrive the ghosts.
The Didact is the embodiment of most of the complaints I have about this game. I think he's a good antagonist. Scratch that. I think he could have been a good antagonist. As it stands, I don't think he quite made it.
Emergency broadcast from Infinity.
I'm not sure how much I want to talk about that specifically. I already covered the I don't know, the frustration about the plot twist bit. The him saying the Forerunners have returned. At the time, it kind of hit me a little different, right? And I had a lot of questions that I almost wish had remained unanswered. But I mean, you got to work with what you got, right?
Portal up ahead.
As it stands with the way with the way the trilogy is set up and the way the nature of trilogy style stories go. The Didact ultimately is
Chief, there.
just a Disc 1 villain. And trilogies are supposed to be a little more robust than that.
Mayday, Mayday! This is the captain of the UNSC Infinity. Unknown entity has seized control of our ship. We're without power. We're on a collision course with an unidentified Forerunner planet.
That sounds like a captain's log.
Track its descent.
Marking. Impact predicted 77.8 kilometers due north. You know where he's heading.
Same place we are.
Stay low. Recon sortie heading this way. The ship looks intact.
Something
level-
tells me that's only because the Didact wanted it that way.
This is Lasky to UNSC Infinity. We're up to our next bad guy down here. Does anyone read?
This is Sierra 117 of the UNSC Forward Unto Dawn. We're on station, ready to assist.
Negative copy. Sounded like you said forward at the dawn coming in.
Signal's bouncing in and out. I can't clean it up.
Light up their friend or foe tags. We're gonna need something to zero in on.
When I first played this level, I played it alone. Not cooperative, not multiplayer, right?
I'm seeing numerous IFF tags.
Um,
Painting the closest one on the side.
and
Contact with your Pelican. Report in.
They must not have received his distress call.
it reminded me a lot of the first level of Halo 3, which I did play cooperatively. And something that kind of, I don't know, bolstered that feeling was, you know, part way through the level when you pick up the Spartan 4s. It felt very, multiplayer-esque at first, right? Like, I kind of rolled up, like I had a crew of, like, shielded guys, like, I had my squad of mooks, right?
The tag IDs him as Jimenez, Paolo J.
Then Lasky's still out there somewhere.
You know, it was a good time. Where am I going? You know what? I had initially thought, I love the DMR so much. I had initially thought that the idea of having like a large multimedia franchise was a very cool and novel thing to do. Like, I thought that was going to be like the future in the best possible way. And I think I was half right. Because, you know, somebody wants to tell an epic story, like, there's a lot of moving pieces, and the best way to do that is to have a lot of media that you can explore, right? But slowly that starts to become, you know, required reading. which is not very fun from my perspective. Because if I don't have like however many hundreds of dollars to shell out for the next book or the next installment, like if it's required reading or required viewing, like I'm gonna be in the dark for a lot of this stuff, and that ended up being what it's like for a lot of like the MCU, for example. Like it's kind of how it works, and like as far as business models go, it's probably very effective, especially for like wide-reaching franchises like the MCU.
Hold up. What was that you dropped on the ground over there?
Promethean Vision.
This is what
I do really like Promethean Vision. Is that a grenade on the... No, that was not a grenade on the map. I think I prefer the Magnum to the, what is it, bolt shot? Is that what they call it? Auto Sentry or Promethean Vision? I do like my Promethean Vision. Oh, come on. Ew! Fucking stop. Well, let me just get these shots out of the way, right? Where's that binary rifle at? There we are. I really like the binary rifle.
We've got another IFF on the far side of this thicket.
Thicket, you say?
We should get eyes out there looking for the others.
Lasky's been through here. Recently by the timestamp.
So I know this would break the game wide open, but I do kind of wish that the assault rifles were were headshot weapons.
Got another IFF tag, but as far as I can tell, we're moving into a choke point. This may end up as a dead end. That's the friend or foe tag, but where's whoever it belongs to? Multiple IDs! Chief, they're friendlies!
Afraid we're gonna have to give you an IOU on that welcome home party. Tom Lasky, first officer of the Infinity. Never thought I'd see you again.
Seal her up! I thought you'd be taller.
Commander!
I know he's pretty tall.
Infinity, this is Commander Lasky. The Helkin recon teams are down. Repeat, all birds are down. We got numerous casualties and require immediate assistance. Over.
Vital. You get the coordinates of that gravity well?
Affirmative, sir, but we're gonna need a bus out of here.
Make it happen.
You were sent on a scouting run in the middle of an attack on the ship.
The captain thought Infinity could provide us cover and hold off the attack at the same time.
Sir, we'll never get the wounded back to the ship on foot.
I don't know if it's too soon to ask you for a favor, but we're gonna run out of breathing room here real quick. I don't suppose you're any good at clearing LZs.
On occasion. I'll send out an all clear once the area is secured.
A topographical scan of
I've
the area
always
shows a break in the foliage north.
seen something approaching like,
Should be big enough to bring in a dropship for evac.
I don't know, like dirt or just green shit on Lasky.
Yeah, I see it.
Alright, so what's this? What are they giving me? Oh, they're giving me something. So, Spartan 4s. I really like the idea. Like from a gameplay, perspective, and like even a lore perspective, like that is a natural progression. I do really appreciate the like the moving forward, like the development. But and these guys might not even be Spartan 4s. I'm not. I know Palmer is.
Commander, this is Cortana. We're on our way.
The big issue that I have with more Spartans is railgun? You gonna give me a railgun? Oh, he doesn't need it. The problem that I have with it is you almost have to make the new Spartans a kind of like a new kind of fodder almost, to like keep the what the fuck? And I think that kind of dilutes the like what it means to be a Spartan almost. And something else that I don't really see, and granted I don't look too hard, right? Something else I don't really see talked about too much is just the what the fuck? Oh god. Like Master Chief's thing, and this becomes like a bigger issue in Halo 4, Halo 5, is the the story of Master Chief is the story of the last Spartan. You know, it's fine that they have like the new Spartans, and you know that's good. Like I do really appreciate that like that moving forward. But ultimately, like especially when it comes to like Halo 5, it's like that's not his story anymore, and it dilutes the story that they had previously told in favor of the new one. And limitedly, that can be okay, but every decision that you make creatively is an extension of that, right? And you have to weigh all of the pros and cons, because everything that you are touching impacts everything else that has come. So if the story that you make with your changes is not better than the previous one, then you're creating a net negative for your story.
Got it. Passageway's unlocked. Come and get me.
And I feel like that's a consideration that what the heck? Is my stream health dying? Oh, I guess it is. What's going on? I mean, it looks fine on my end. Huh. Well, I'll give it an amount of time. We'll see if it improves. And then if not, then I'll call it here for right now. We'll pick up later. And you know, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. Am I doing anything in the background? Hold on. Sorry, let me just let me see if there's... Oh, it's back. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, I don't see a lot of consideration put forward for
That hatch of security was more difficult.
the impact that your good decisions for the story now have on the story as a whole. This also kind of ties back into the
Knight! Wait, what's he doing?
Covenant?
They're working with the Prometheans?
Sorry, brain fart a little bit. That ties back to what we were talking about earlier. About like the alteration of the twist. For the first trilogy. In that having the Forerunners be a separate thing, you know, that's a good idea, and there's a lot of things that we can explore with it. But it changes the flavor, it changes the texture of everything else. So, a good decision for this story right now breaks the origin point for the story. And if that's not handled with a certain amount of tact and depth, people are naturally just they're gonna be upset, right? Reasonably so. Even more so than if nothing had changed, right? Because, like, imagine your childhood kind of revolved around, I don't know, like a really cool story, like it kind of served as an inspiration for you, and, you know, you have a lot of fun with it. it's like a key part of your childhood. And, you know, in a lot of ways, what is your childhood should remain in your childhood, but the, that formative experience that you had
Shocked how quickly the Didact has unified these covenants.
suddenly ends, right? And that's fine. That's all well and good, but the thing that you loved is suddenly cheapened.
Knight! What's he doing?
Covenant?
They're working with the Prometheans?
Like if so this is kind of like a weird thought experiment, but like let's say hold on, let's take it from this angle instead. A good ending is antithetical to conflict, and conflict is what a story needs to survive. So if you tell a story with a happy ending, like it's tied up nice and tight, it's, you know, it's a perfect ending. It fits the story thematically. It fits the story like a glove, so to speak. All right, fuck. And then you want to continue that story that completely ruins the full extent of the previous story. Sorry, I'm not explaining this super well. Because I'm a little distracted.
Cortana to Lasky. LZ is secured.
Roger that, Cortana. I'll give you the coordinates. Mayday! Mayday! Code red! Hostile elements attempting to gain entrance to the Infinity Bridge. They're outside the hatch! Doors breached! Doors breached! All units return to Infinity immediately. That's an order. Chief, I'm redirecting the Spartan force to rally point Alpha Sierra Foxtrot. Until we catch up, you have tactical command of the forward assault force. Rendezvous with those men and take back that ship.
Yes, sir.
Good luck, Chief. Lasky out.
This is Pelican 595. We have the Chief on board and are outbound for Rally Point Alpha Sierra Foxtrot.
Like, let's hypothetically say, ooh,
Weapons free, Chief. Let him have it.
let's say you have a story with a trash ending, right? Like, it ends in a complete non sequitur. It's not thematically consistent. It's not morally consistent. And it's just, it's the final chapter of this story. Like, that's it. If you cut off this final chapter, this story would easily be your favorite. Like, it's like, besides that, it is lightweight, it is tight, it is direct. Except for the last chapter.
We're good to go, Chief. Let's show these Spartans how it's done.
Yeah, let's show them how it's done with our tank. Now, that chapter, well, hold on. Like, let's say the moral of the story up until that point was, like, the triumph of good over evil or something. And in the epilogue, the, like, over the course of, like, a page and a half, it turns out, like, oh no, like, the, it turns out the, like, the verbatim, oh, it turns out the bad guy won. That's it. Now, that could work, depending on, I don't know, like, the medium and intent. But as a continuation of the original story, it wouldn't work quite as, like, quite as soundly, I guess I should say. I am the worst at this game. Now let's say the, that warthog is going to get massacred. Oops. But yeah, a bad ending can ruin a good story. I'm kind of drawing a blank on specific examples over here. But if you were to chop an ending off of some stories, like, they would suddenly become better. Like, both from a, I don't know, mechanic standpoint and thematically. But Got something coming this way?
Commander, the hangar bay doors are sealed tight.
And a lot of the sequels that we have in the modern day, because like we keep revisiting and like redoing and regrouping around the franchises or the oh god. And while that's not necessarily a bad thing on the surface, if you take something and you sort of force a new interpretation of current and past canon onto it,
What's our status?
it changes it forever.
The ship's defenses and is extracting data from the ship's mainframes as we speak.
Can we break the connection?
Main point of contact's on the ship's upper hull. The fastest route is through the maintenance causeway. There's a Mantis docked inside the door. Take it. You'll need the extra firepower.
Oh. I don't know. It feels like I've mostly just got a bunch of half-formed thoughts. Or that's how I'm expressing it. Let's take a different step back. Let's say you have a perfect story with a mediocre ending.
The hatch to the maintenance causeway is jammed. Let's do something about it.
Now, chopping off or, I don't know, fixing a mediocre ending would also make that story better. What the heck? Didn't realize I killed that many of them. But, like, it doesn't have to be, like, a complete negative thing, right? Like, there are instances where, like, you can change an ending, and it becomes entirely better from that change, right? But even in that scenario, we're still looking at, like, even in that, like, it's still a alteration or change in the original work. And even in a situation where we're looking at something that is objectively better, in most senses, it's still straying from the original intent of the artist. And that's another thing that is, you know, it can be taken into consideration. there's just a lot of like there's a lot of depth to a creative process, and there's no open and shut case in a lot of situations. I love the Mantis. If someone says the Mantis is bad, they're wrong.
That might be how they're blocking the Infinity's defenses.
Exactly what we were thinking. Neutralize them so we can get our guns back online and show that satellite we're more than just a big paperweight.
We're on it, Commander. Cortana out.
Oh.
See the jammers. 3 of them. Shoot them down. First jammer disabled.
I just think that there's I don't know, a lot of depth to discussion here. Like there's no reason to interfere with the artist's original intent in most cases, but the burden of canon is sort of like the way it works right now with who owns the rights to certain properties. The burden of canon is sort of like fluid in where it should reside. I'm gonna die.
Del Rio to Master Chief. The rate that thing's searching our systems just doubled. I think it knows what you're up to.
The Didact's not letting go without a fight.
So I guess since we're talking about like that specifically, we may as well touch on the importance of canon. Because I do think, I know it feels odd to me that there's any I don't know, discussion about this, about like saying that canon isn't important. That's very odd to me. Because canon is what makes up the story itself. Like, that there is no story without the canon. Like, it's not some... I don't know... Its purpose is not weird trivia. And that's the argument that I keep seeing people make about it. Is that it's just, like, something for nerds to proclaim the depth of their dedication and, like, lord that over other people. Like, that's not the purpose of canon. Like, canon is the story specifically. A story is more than just a series of cool scenes strung together. That so let's take a break from the fiction talk for a moment. That was the weakest Mac cannon shot I have seen in the entirety of Halo canon.
It's possible that they're native to Requiem, or whatever counts as native for a Forerunner AI.
We've never seen this type of offensive reaction from any of the other installations.
Other installations?
Mr. Lasky.
Infinity's mission has been to locate the remaining Halo rings and establish permanent bases to study them for decommission. We got locations up and running around installations 5 and 3, but lately they've run into some setbacks.
A science team got zapped excavating a Forerunner artifact. This sensor data is all that was left.
Interesting. These symbols are a derivation of the Forerunner glyph system.
And our geeks managed to pull some coordinates. I'll give you 3 guesses where it led.
Sir, Gypsy Company is prepped and ready to roll on your orders.
Thank you, Palmer. Mr. Lasky, you take point. I want boots on the ground in 60.
Captain.
This is a first contact scenario, Master Chief. Priority is to free Infinity from Requiem's gravity well and file a threat assessment back at FleetCom.
You mean we're leaving?
Sir, Infinity drove the Didact back. He's vulnerable.
He isn't the only one. You know, I think you, of all people, would appreciate the benefit of living to fight another day. Infinity to Gypsy Company? The air corridor to the gravity well is blocked by a network of particle cannons. Infinity's shields are still down. Open the lane for us to move up and provide air support.
Captain, what's Force Recon's assessment of the terrain?
I know you've been off the field for a while, Master Chief, but this is a blow-through op. Sending in a recon would just slow us down. Telemetry indicates the particle cannons are being controlled from a command post southwest of our position. Roll on that target and neutralize those guns. We'll meet on the other side and take the gravity well. Infinity out.
I don't know about you, but I usually like a little more intel with my intel.
We'll make it work.
I'm gonna be right back. So there is a little bit to unpack, I think, from that cutscene. So,
On our way.
first off, this is a massive forward operation. And an incredibly dangerous one at that. And it's interesting to me that that Del Rio is sending Lasky out. Lasky is the XO, so he's sending Lasky out on this incredibly dangerous mission. Like, as the tip of the spear, basically. And I don't think that that's explicitly a problem, given the importance of it, but I do think that that's an interesting thing to sort of take note of.
Unfortunately for us,
Also, it looks like he has a rig from Dead Space. That's cool.
We can get to the command post.
Chief, Palmer again. The Mammoth's got jetpacks on board. If I were down there, I'd want one.
Ooh. So, another thing is I think that there's an interesting dynamic that wasn't explored very well.
Is green. Let's shut down that gravity well so we can go home. Good hunting. Infinity out.
In that, you know, Del Rio obviously has a level of hostility towards Master Chief, and to some extent, I don't think that's entirely unwarranted. Just from like a Master Chief and Captain Del Rio's
Waiting for the Mammoth's minimac to take them out. 766 puts them altitude
oh shit.
inside the kill box.
Yeah, we'll see how this works. Sucks to be them. Their goals are different. Like, inherently. Like, they have to be different. And I think it's pretty clear where their, like, where their priorities are. Del Rio isn't exactly a bad captain. What he is, however, is inflexible. Which in this situation is a little, a little incredibly dangerous.
Alright, Chief. Mammoth's just about in range. Eyes up, Gypsy! Troops here, don't approach!
There's Gypsy 7's Pelican.
I'll get to them and retrieve the designator.
Well, that sucks. Whoa! Alright, like, this isn't... Like, the conflict between Master Chief and Del Rio isn't the conflict between, like, a good man and an evil man. But the way the interactions go and the way it plays out makes it seem like that's what it would like that's where they were trending.
Target those phantoms for the railgun to shoot down.
Like, Del Rio is kind of portrayed as like this, I don't know, vaguely evil, jealous creature.
Railgun reloaded.
Gypsy Company, this stream's bad news.
Holy shit! That was a disaster. He is not alive. Where am I going? But yeah, like, Del Rio is kind of like showed as like a, almost like he's jealous of Master Chief, right? But, like, from what I've seen and from what I've been able to tell, I don't think that that's exactly the case. It almost seems more like, look at this bad boy.
Target acquired.
Oh, baby. God, I love it.
Railgun reloading!
Banshees.
Enemy air!
3 power sources. Shut
I
them
think-
down so the mammoth can move through.
I think Del Rio, in this case, he's kind of hiding behind like the rules and regulations so that he doesn't have to force a decision that he could get blamed for, right?
Got a Class A license. Let me get the wheel.
Because if he makes a decision and he's wrong and he loses the Infinity, like he's hard fucked. Like his entire legacy is gone. That's an understandable fear to have, but it's not the kind of fear that a champion of humanity should have.
Good. 2 more.
Whereas Master Chief's, like, his entire, like, existence is kind of revolved around, making the hard decisions and sacrificing himself so that an eventual triumph can happen. The man is a paragon, and he lives a standard that most people would never be able to reach. So, I don't think that it's, I don't know. Sorry, I was a little, distracted by my cat. Yeah, I don't think that, Master Chief's virtue is Captain Del Rio's weakness. Although, he is a bit weak in these scenes. That's... like, that's kind of by design. But, I do think that, they should have explored it a little bit better. And not gone with the, you know, Chief is all virtuous angle, and, like, Del Rio is the epitome of mankind's sins. I don't think that that's exactly, like, what they did or what they were going for, but, at least within the fandom, it seems like that's kind of what happened. And I think that there is a lot of room to explore within that. In having like Del Rio immediately, or not immediately, but I think it could have been like a trilogy running thing. Like it also could have been a bit of development for the like for the universe, like how the UNSC, like how did this guy get his position, like where is he coming from, and that entire line of like inquiry was kind of like reduced, I think is the word I'm looking for. You see, like that's why I'm calling this like being a negative Nancy. Is like it's. I'm not gonna say it's nitpicks, right? But like there's a lot here that I personally have issues with that I don't think are necessarily like the issue, right? Did I lose a warthog? Yeah, I think I did. Okay.
Shield disabled. Mammoth, the path is clear.
Mammoth holding position. Whenever you're ready to proceed, Chief.
Yeah, whatever the fuck he said.
Gypsy Company moving out.
Rockets? I think that I have that same complaint with a lot of this game and a lot of the 343 trilogy. Oh, come on. Gosshog? Don't mind if I do. Oh, I love the Gosshog.
Mammoth won't last long out in the open like that. We'll have to find a way to keep the Covenant off them.
The only problem I have with the Gosshog is the AI drivers. Leave me alone. Can I just shoot this guy out of the sky?
Ship's settling in over the mesa. There's a grav lift into the belly of that ship. Time it right, and we should be able to ride it inside.
Son of a bee sting. Oh, guess it's assault rifle. Oh, that getting stuck sound effect though. Yeah, let's do Needler for a little bit. Damn, this is really good. Specifically at killing jackals. Oh shit. Sorry, dude.
That did it! Time to make an exit.
Where's my Goshawk?
Thanks, Chief. It was getting a bit dicey there for a minute. All hands, form up on us.
Lasky, this is Infinity. Status.
Mammoth's in pretty bad shape, sir. She'll make it to the objective as long as nobody starts throwing rocks at us.
Not a chance we can take. I'm sending teams out to pull some of their fire off you, so you can make it to the gravity well.
Roger that, sir. Gypsy, let's move.
Shadow Company, Castle Company, put some pressure on those other particle cannons. Castle, reading 5 by 5. On station, ready to assist.
Shadow actual to Infinity. Encountering enemy air. Significant EOF closer to the emplacements. Okay, folks. Terrain's too rough around these tributaries. Assault force, back on the Mammoth. Anyone not on board is getting left behind. All right, sealing her up. Mammoth is mobile.
They don't care about you! They replaced you! Blast it!
It's okay.
How? How is this okay? How is putting you at nervous because I can't hold it together, okay? Chief, do you even understand what rampancy is? Really?
It's something that was brought up in Marathon, and then was implemented in the Halo lore.
According to our total knowledge base. We literally think ourselves to death.
You know I won't let that happen.
And if it happens anyway?
117, Lasky.
Go, Commander.
We got significant blockage up ahead. I think this is about it for the Mammoth.
The command post for the particle cannons is through that trench.
Sir, I can move faster alone.
We'll see you back on Infinity, Commander.
Lasky out.
Oh. Okay.
Heads up!
Oh shit! Haste makes waste.
Heads up!
I wish I had Promethean vision right about now. Son of a bee sting. Well, that's ominous. I hate that all of the grunts do this now. It's their thing. Oh, hello. What the fuck? God, that was like a command grab. What the heck was that? No respect for the spawning in nonsense. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, that's actually just glass. It's probably a jackal.
Cortana to Infinity. We're entering the Forerunner structure. Breaking up, but coordinates received, Infinity.
When they're not shooting at you, the Sentinels are kinda cute.
This elevator should take us directly to the coordinates Infinity provided. Almost like those Sentinels wanted us to get the particle cannons offline.
This could be a trap.
You say that like there's a second possibility? We've reached the coordinates. This looks like the place.
I remember being vaguely intimidated by this room when I first showed up here.
The particle cannon network must use these arrays for targeting and guidance. It's an automated system, so it won't technically allow me to redirect the cannons to fire on one another. Technically. Cortana to Infinity. The guns should be offline. How's it look from up there? Infinity.
Cortana?
Something's in here.
Cortana. Cortana. Who are you?
I am what remains of the Forerunner, once known as the Librarian. My memories were retained to assist humanity on their path to the mantle. Though sadly, that plan is now at risk. The Didact is leaving Requiem. Soon. You must not allow it.
Leaving.
He seeks this. The Composer. A device which will allow him to finally contain the greatest enemy ever faced by the Forerunners. You. Mankind spread into the stars with an unexpected, desperate violence. Entire systems fell before the Didact's warrior servants rose to halt the aggression. When the Didact finally exhausted the humans after a millennia, his sentence was severe. We had no way of knowing that the Forerunners were not your only enemy. Humanity hadn't been expanding. They were running. Weakened from our conflict, we were no match for the parasite which pursued you. The Forerunners made plans for a final great journey, but the Didact refused to yield our mantle of responsibility. He would save all life in the galaxy, at a cost. In the Forerunner's quest for transcendence, the Composer had been intended to bridge the organic and digital realms. It would have made us immortal. But its results soured. The stored personalities fragmented, and our attempts to return them to biological states created only abominations. Such moral concerns faded from the Didact's attention. The Flood only assimilated living tissue. The Composer would provide the Didact his solution and his revenge.
The Prometheans. They're human.
They were only the beginning. He would have encrypted your entire race if we had not removed the Composer from his care and imprisoned him here. Reclaimer. When I indexed mankind for repopulation, I hid seeds from the Didact. Seeds which would lead to an eventuality. Your physical evolution, your combat skin, even your ancilla, Cortana. You are the culmination of 1,000 lifetimes of planning.
Planning for what?
has found us.
Even in death, her meddling continues.
Reclaimer. The gene song I placed within you contains many gifts, including an immunity to the Composer. But it must be unlocked.
How?
Relinquish your contact essence.
Your evolutionary journey must be accelerated.
Can I defeat the Didact without it?
No.
Then do it.
Prepare.
How do we get out of here?
Elevator, back of the chamber.
The Composer is also a really cool idea.
Elevator, back of the chamber.
But like everything else, it was left behind in Halo 4.
Chief, what happened? Your bio readings are all over the map.
It's a long story, but I know what the Didact's after.
I know that part. The librarian filled me in when she snatched me from the system. But what I don't know is what she did to you.
Sierra 117 to Infinity. What's our status? Does Infinity have a shot on the gravity well?
Captain, what if we can spot the target for you with the laser designator?
Do it. Take up. Find the chief coordinates for somewhere with line of sight.
Mark the gravity well.
Then paint that damn target so we can get out of here.
You heard him, Chief. Line up the shot.
Infinity cannot handle that kind of punishment. Not again.
This isn't about us or this ship anymore.
Sir, we've seen what the Didact is capable of. If we let him leave this world, humanity will be at risk.
Look, I understand what you think you saw.
Think?
With all due respect, sir, I know what I saw.
And with all due respect to you, soldier, I'm not willing to jeopardize my ship because of the hallucinations of an aging Spartan and his malfunctioning AI.
Sir, what if he's right?
Nav, as soon as we know we're airtight, I want a course laid into Karanay Station. Com, prepare a warning beacon.
I will not allow you to leave this planet!
Cortana.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to do that.
Commander Lasky. Pursuant to Article 55 of UNSC Regulation 12-14572, I'm ordering you to remove that AI's data chip and retire it for final dispensation.
I don't want to. You don't want me to.
Remove
Please.
the chip now, Commander.
Please. I don't want to.
Give me that chip.
The Didact has to be stopped. If you won't do that, I will.
I am ordering you to surrender that AI!
No, sir.
Lieutenant! Arrest that man!
Captain!
Arrest him!
Captain!
Get word to Earth that trouble is coming. Cortana and I will do what we can back here.
I can give you over 40,000 reasons why I know that sun isn't real. I know it because the emitter's Rayleigh effect is disproportionate to its suggested size. I know it because its stellar cycle is more symmetrical than that of an actual star. But for all that, I'll never actually know if it looks real. If it feels real. Before this is all over, promise me you'll figure out which one of us is the machine.
So what's your plan?
Infinity's tracked the Didact's vessel to a docking structure southeast of here. We'll jump ship as Infinity exits the roof.
You know, I was sent down here with orders to prevent you from leaving. In case you'd already gone, I took the precaution of ordering a Pelican. Outfitted for full combat pursuit. I hope to God you're wrong about that Forerunner. Or whatever he is, Chief. But in the event you're not. And Chief, good luck. Both of you.
Come on, Chief. Take a girl for a ride.
The Didact used this composer to create the Prometheans from ancient humans. If he wants to finish the job, he'll have to find it first. Our best bet to stop him is keep him firmly on Requiem. So Toblaski didn't skimp on that Pelican.
Attention, all hands. Final call. Secure all homes and prepare for immediate departure. Final call.
Master Chief, sir. Need some for us, Chief. Watch your back out there.
Initiating pre-flight diagnostics. Forward autocannon, check. Lateral rail turrets, check. Main thrusters, check. Auxiliary boosters, check. Alright. Keying engine. It may be a while before we find another ride home. You know that, right?
It'll be okay.
Contact. Didact dead ahead.
How do we get inside those shields?
Marking 2 of the larger facilities on your HUD. They're acting as traffic control for resources moving to and from the satellite. If we disrupt their communications, I can forge an override code and convince it to lower those defenses. Contact. Didact dead ahead.
How do we get inside those shields?
Marking 2 of the larger facilities on your HUD. They're acting as traffic control for resources moving to and from the satellite. If we disrupt their communications, I can forge an override code and convince it to lower those defenses.
Oh, come on. Oh, there he is. What the fuck was I looking at?
Slight complication. There are millions of transmissions passing through the structure. ones controlling the movement through the satellite shield.
Can you isolate the satellite communications?
Not quickly, and shutting them all down's not an option. But destroying the system's attenuators should flood the network. Of course, if Infinity wasn't on their way back, they could overload the attenuators remotely. That's hardly the point. The attenuators are housed in Faraday enclosures. I bet there's a release around here somewhere. Okay, the structure contains 3 central attenuators. Sever those connections and we should be good. One more target left. Great. The increased signal traffic is almost entirely blocking out the satellite communications. Only one more target left. Transmission buffers are overflowing. Get us to the second tower.
The
Others scatter like embers over sand. And yet the librarian's champion is unmoved.
Cortana, where's this coming from?
Where's this coming from?
The mantle of responsibility for the galaxy shelters all human. But only the Forerunners are its masters.
The Didact's voice.
I'm not picking up anything, Chief.
He's there. Keep trying.
Incinerator cannon. I mean, I've got to, right?
Covenant air traffic's increasing. If we don't disable the other tower quickly, reaching the Didact could become exponentially more difficult. This node's different than the previous tower. The source of the tower communications is a carrier wave generator located somewhere inside. It looks like the carrier wave generator is located at the far end of this chamber. Find us a way across. This gondola should do the trick. Look for its activation switch. To take a page out of our old playbook, I'm going to tune your shields to emit an EMP at the same frequency as the communication network. All you'll need to do to trigger it is to make physical contact with the carrier wave generator. The Didact's given them control of the system overrides. You're going to have to wrestle for it. The controls are up there.
Where?
Right, sorry. Waypoint!
Shit!
We're in business. Back to the gondola.
This is this is a little tougher. Ah, shit burgers.
Okay, start us back up. They're not gonna make this easy, are they? Look out! They're trying to lock out the gondola controls again.
Your actions tread between honor and foolishness.
Cortana, are you hearing him?
No! Didac? Carrier wave generator.
Fuck! Shit.
The generators on top of that platform. You only have to enter the field to trigger the EMP. Give it a second. Look out!
Okay, suppressor is not very good at these guys.
We're clear. All transmissions between the towers and the satellite have ceased.
You are a fool. Even now, your kind tinkers with the composer in the shadow of the third ring. Children and fire who disregard the welfare of the galaxy. Do you truly believe these theatrics can prevent my departure? Embrace your sad fate and retain your nobility. I am already beyond you.
He knows what we're trying to do. If we try to get too close to that ship, we're dead. I have an idea. Head for that waypoint.
I was about to fly right up at him.
Those defense spires we keep running into are being controlled from this tower. Get me to the control room, and we might be able to reposition them to block the Didact ship from leaving.
You will relent, human, or you will perish. All in life is choice. And your day to choose has come.
He's altering the tower!
Son of a bitch!
He's altering the tower.
Trying to go too fast.
He's altering the tower. I'm seeing a control facility at the top of the tower. We need to be there yesterday.
ship's online. They're leaving.
I'm sorry. I don't know what...
Track those liches. We can go across them to get to the Didact ship.
Wait. Across them?
Yes.
There are several liches moving in formation towards the Didact ship. We're only going to have one shot at this. Okay? Go!
Cortana, what's happening?
I don't know. Hang on! Jumping into slip space. Get below deck.
No time. Cortana?
Still here.
A halo?
Installation 3. It's where Infinity found the coordinates for Requiem.
Then why are they bypassing it?
Because the composer's not on the ring. What are you waiting for? That station's not gonna save itself.
Neither are we.
Put me into the console.
This is UNSC Master Chief to base. Do you read?
Yes, I read you. This is Sandy Tilson of Ivanov Station. We're under attack.
They're after a Forerunner artifact you took from the Halo ring.
How do you know about that?
Doctor, I need you to protect that artifact until we arrive. Send whatever...
Do you know what that condescending bitch said to me after our first game of chess?
Cortana.
Even I don't call him by name anymore.
Correct your approach.
Yes, well, he also said he works better alone.
I can see why you chose him, Catherine.
Cortana.
I'm your greatest achievement and you detest
Pull up. Now!
Sorry, I just can't stop them. Like, how is it just me arguing all at once?
Dr. Tilson, are you there?
Oh, thank God. When your signal cut off,
Doctor, listen to me. You have to issue the order to evacuate the station.
We've been trying. The Covenant, they've already taken over the landing bays.
Send me your coordinates. I'll see what I can do about clearing an evac route on my way to you.
You just have a portal in your fuck. All right. I'm gonna cut it off here. So, thank you all for tuning in. I hope you have a wonderful night.